And there we go. The microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Happy September the 3rd of 2023. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And a big welcome to everyone. And thank you for the welcomes from, Tanto says, Mike, Dr. Fox, the microphone is open. You bet. Thank you. And hi to Brutal and Sue saying I hear you and welcome from Mars 2028. Awesome. And Hermione and Fluffy as well. Thank you, Hermione. And Henry saying, hear you, Doc. Okay. Well, hey, since we got Henry on there and we got Hermione on there, let's, before we go any further, let's just throw a couple of things in that Hermione sent me. And I thought they were kind of neat pictures, so we're going to show those before we get into saying hi to anyone at all and all that nice stuff. So kind of neat stuff here. So this is the first one, and Henry will enjoy those wonderful pictures. That's a nice looking train. I'm not sure what model that is, but yep, there you go. That's from Hermione as she took those pictures. And here's another one, and that's a slightly different one, doing some pushing there from what I see. And here's the next one. This one's got some red trim on it. It looks awesome. And I'm sure Henry is enjoying every last bit of these pixels. And one more there from our wonderful Hermione, and this is one with the looks like a big magnet or something, or crane. Oh, he's loading coal is what they're doing. All right, so that is pretty awesome. Thank you, Hermione, for sharing those. Cool. 410-0 I don't know. Coal, yeah. I'm glad you recognize those, but that is pretty awesome. Anyway, thank you, Hermione, for sharing those, and those are cool photos. So thank you. Anyway, that's for our wonderful train lovers. And you know, I myself, I do like those old steam trains and things, and I keep thinking, you know, what happens when we have our old EMP wave coming from the sun or wherever, nuclear winter, if you will, what's going to run? It's those darn trains, those old steam trains. That's going to be the mode of transport till things get restored in the automotive industry. It's going to be interesting. Anyway, cool stuff. Let's get at saying hello to everyone first off. So our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and CND Boy and Yvonne Kunkel and Siggy and let's see, who else we got? Gary, 24/7 Lives, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles. And I think that's all of them for now. There's some others, but you never know who's going to pop in. We do have a whole list of moderators, so awesome. Anyway, good to see everyone. We'll start out by saying hello to all of you in the chat here. We'll start with Kevin Haynes and Alba Girl and Henry Nelson and Thunder Buddy, as well as Brian, Perfectibility 999 is here. A wonky, incredible donkey. Wow, I wonder how that got incredible. Tanto is on board. We got Henry already. Brian, we got Tanto. Okay, Alba Girl is here. Hermione and Fluffy, of course, here. We got Tanto. All right, the Brutal Avenger, welcome. Mars 2028 also here. Dan is in the house. Welcome, Dan. And let's see, who else we got? Valerie Fuller popped in as well. Welcome and good to see you. Still scrolling up, going up here, looking at who else might be in here that I likely missed. And we got Sleepy Dormouse is here. Welcome, Sleepy. And good luck with gaining some weight for your winter hibernation. And speaking of gaining weight, I was sitting here prepping for the show, and of course the squirrel was in the tree right where I can see him, and he was making his shrilling alarm-like noise, and I think he was actually saying thank you for the cookies, trying to get my attention, because I think I heard little squeaks before, and I didn't react to it, and then all of a sudden I hear the shrilling, and I said, well, go get yourself another cookie, and he ran over to the balcony on the tree branch and grabbed the cookie and took off. So all good. Anyway, I think I got everyone. Adele 51, of course, was the one who was first in, got the cookies today, so awesome. Kananaska's Country just popped in. Kevin Haynes also on board. Welcome. Irish Monk is tied out. Albert Girl, and welcome, Irish Monk. And let's see, I moderate myself these days. Awesome. It's always good to have a self-moderation, no matter what you do. Anyway, yeah, looking at what we've got on there, on the screen right now, of course, canned lava from back on day 14. And that was the July 21st of this year, of our wonderful Rebbe Fisher, or Rebbe vent, I should say. And you can see the oozing of the lava. I like it. Anyway, let's carry on. Welcome, everyone, and we'll get going. I know Piggy's probably resting and relaxing a little bit. Hopefully, she is getting closer to getting things fixed up. I know she's got tests and stuff coming up. So, hi, okay, inedible, as I cannot eat. Oh, I thought it said incredible. Inedible. All right. Tastes like shoe leather. Hey, but you know, I think that coat might make some good shoes. What about that, you guys? And what do you think? Donkey shoes, made out of a donkey hide. I think that might be good. I don't know how durable they would be, but oh, hang on. All right, never mind. We'll leave the poor wonky donkey alone. He's okay, and we'll not bug him too much today. Anyway, yeah, let's see, where do we want to go next? I think we want to go take a look at our harmonic tremor chart. I'm going to refresh that and see what we've got. Enough Tabasco, everything is edible, says Henry. Uh-oh. Run, Wonky, run. Yeah. Oh, Tabasco, huh? Okay, we'll have to remember that. Tabasco's always good on stuff, I think. Okay, let's go over to the harmonic tremor charts, the rumble chart, if you will. And why is this moving around so quickly? There we go. Basically refreshed, and this is what we're seeing right now. Looks like a slight decline, but still holding in there as far as our magmatic, and that number is way up in the high end here, hoping that it will do something. We did see the seismicity as well, the green one, rise up, and then it dropped and is trying to rebuild. Same kind of pattern happening here with our tectonic movement. Not sure what's going on here, and it is up fairly high. If these climb a little bit more again, similar to this, You know, in my opinion, we should have something. Dr. Fox, the tooth fairy, told me I need 8 removed, so I'm off to an English football game this week. Ah, English football game. Which 8 are going to get removed? Oh, that'll be good. I'd rather be at a football game rather than going to the dentist. That's my personal preference. Anyway, that's what the chart's looking like for our Fergana Fill area up in the northern end. A little bit of action, but nothing that is going to scare us. Let's see, we'll go up to, where's Grimsey? Oop, I went, no, Grindavik is the one I wanted. Grimswell, let's take a look at Grimsey. Grimsey going up and down, a lot lower than the other ones there, but that's okay. A little bit of action in our magmatic seismicity, not really following suit. Nor is our tectonic movement in that area. Interesting how that dipped way down here at the Grimsey, and it came back up. So something obviously bound up and didn't move for a little bit and then shook loose. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Anyway, looking at the one for Grindavik, it too had a steady downward or a decline in our magmatic seismicity, hiding underneath there, but almost the same as what we've seen at the ODF chart. And our tectonic did go down a little bit more here than it did on the other one. So kind of again wondering, very similar movement. Is this tectonic plate oriented, or is it actual magma doing some dancing underneath there? Hard to tell. Let's take a look at the Krusevik one and see what it is doing. Maybe that'll shed a little light or continue with the mystery. You never know. There's a Krusevik, and yep, it's way up, and this is where I'm thinking that this is a tectonic movement. But anyway, downward decline on our magmatic seismicity and tectonic movement, just about identical on this particular graph. So kind of makes a guy wonder what's going on. But to me, I'm thinking we're seeing plates shifting around a little bit. Let's put that back on the ODF chart, and we'll leave it there for later. I think I went past it. ODF, and there it is. All right, let's leave that guy be. Next over to the earthquakes. So I avoid rugby in tiny frame. My tiny frame, 215 pounds and 6 feet tall, is not enough. No, you need a little bit more meat in your bones there, mister. Let's get over to the earthquakes and see what's happening. Last 24 hours, 34 quakes in our wonderful Iceland, according to what's on the chart here. Biggest one of which was at Bardabunga, and that's a 3.86 and 2.9 kilometers down from 22 minutes after 2 this fine morning. I looked on the USGS, they had it rated at a 4.1 or a 4.2, so a little bit higher on their chart. I don't know why, but I'll take it from this one since it's a little bit closer as far as the measurements are used that they use from the stations locally. Anyway, 1.4, 13.8 kilometers down at 1731. This one from 1905, 1.7, 10.5 kilometers down. This one is a 1.9, 6.4 kilometers down from 1626. Then getting onto the land, we do see a 0.8, 4.6 kilometers down from 2020. And just so you get a little bit of a bearing, there's where the lighthouse is, and of course the steam geyser and the local power plant down there, the steam plant. And this is on the roadway heading north out to the airport from there. Anyway, moving over a little bit, and there's our Blue Lagoon area, and of course the power plant, the hotel, and then there's the quake. And it's a 1.17, 5.6 kilometers down from 4:58 this morning. And we'll zoom out, and here's our Fragedalfjall area. Fragedalfjall, of course, goes into the water a bit as well, and that is the location of Ragnar, Siggy Fisher, and of course Rebbe, our wonderful vent, but we don't see any quakes in the area at all. Next one, 0.57, 4.4 kilometers down from 2:38. Then we've got 0.91, 5.1 kilometers down from 4:22. Next one over a little bit bigger, 1.01, 4.7 kilometers down, 5:43. 0.6, 5.2 clicks down, 1914. 1 in magnitude, 5.9 kilometers down, 1212 is the time on that. And from 2009, 0.7, 5.1 kilometers down. Up here we got a 0.3, 16.4 kilometers down from 1858. That's a little bit deeper. This one, a 0.92 from 6.7 kilometers down, 1 a.m. And out here, right underneath Hekla, 0.75, 211 meters down. And that was from 7:10 this morning. Getting out a little further towards Katla, we do see these ones in Katla's area from 22:32 yesterday, 1.41, 135 meters down. Hey, Yvonne Kunkel is here. Welcome, Yvonne. And 1.03, 3.5 kilometers down from 23:52 yesterday at Katla. And this one is a 0.5, 5.2 kilometers down, 5:58 this morning, and a 0.1, 1.1 kilometers down, 16:24 today, and a 1.26, 135 meters down, and that is from 4:27 this morning. Likely ice movement or shifting there. Moving up a little bit more, we see a 2.5, 3.3 kilometers down, 6:56 is the time on that one, Bardabunga area. This one, 2.04, 5 kilometers down, 22:45 last night. If we zoom into these a little bit more, split them up, 2.01, 1 kilometer down, 20:53 is the time. And then we had a 0.82, 8.6 kilometers down, 1:55 this morning. And from 14:23, a 0.1, 5.2 kilometers down. And of course our big one, which we mentioned earlier, 3.86, 2.9 kilometers down, 2:22 this morning for that guy. Going up, nothing at Askja. Is that Askja? Yeah. Nothing at Herdebreit. And nothing till we get up here. 0.2, 3 kilometers down, 9:47 this morning. And then we've got a 0.9, 5.6 clicks down, 9:10 this morning. And this one from yesterday at 23:52, a 0.64, 9.4 kilometers down. And then we've got a 0.7, 9.8 kilometers down from 11:42. And this one here, 1.67, 15.6 kilometers down from 2:41 this morning. And 1.5, 135 meters down, and that is at 3:23. And the 1.3, yeah, we got that, 9.6 clicks down. Is that the same? Yeah, 3:23. And 9.6, the other one is shallow. And this is a 1.3, so cool. And the last one on here What's happening with the flooding in the south of Iceland? I haven't heard any more since since our little update there. Sorry, Mars. 8:04 is the time on this one, 1.5, and that was 4.4 kilometers down. And that's it for our earthquakes for today. And yeah, that flooding that was in this area, I don't know if it's dropped or, kind of set back a little bit. They did mention that it was slowing down, so I'm assuming that it has slowed down somewhat. I don't know yet. Might have to check later on the Icelandic weather maps there and see if we can find anything. The Etna/Naples real-time website is brilliant. Share the link, Yvonne. Real-time. Maybe send me the link there, Irish monk. Yeah. He has the keys. Who's got the keys? Hey, and by the way, the I don't know why, but not able to see that other one anymore from Stromboli. It keeps saying that it's now embedded on somebody else's website, and it won't allow us access for that INGV stream from Stromboli and Volcano. Just thought, I don't know, maybe you still have access to it there, Yvonne, but I don't here. Anyway, it is a break time. Hey, and David is here. Welcome, David. Good to have you on board. And oh, mummy of hamsters, welcome. And let's see, going south also here. Welcome. Good to have you on board. The link was only resting in my account. Oh, it was resting. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go for a break. So let's put you back on canned lava. Let's get it over there. There it is, canned lava. And I am going to go for a little bit of a break. So please enjoy the canned lava, and we'll throw some more music on. And I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Please hit that like button if you haven't done that. I just realized I have 2 keys in my name, Dr. Fox. 2 keys. Oh boy. Yeah. Wonky donkey. You definitely have 2 keys. I'll be back. And you always thought you were keyless. I'll be back. And I am back. Welcome back, everyone. I can't dance either. I got 2 left feet. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you for the welcome backs from Hermione and Fluffy and Tanto and Sue and Yvonne and Kevin and Mars 2028. I'll be lurking for a while. And thank you, old mummy of hamsters, for the welcome back, Uncle Doc. Dance me to the end of love. All right. Thanks, Henry and Albagirl and Colin and Going South as well. And the Wonky Donkey too. And awesome. Yeah, I've been reading things here. Am I a normal? Need to cut a perfect pizza frozen using bench saw. Okay, 'tis no wonder I'm single. All right, if you're using a band saw, I don't know. I don't know if that's the right tool. You could make it into a spiral on the bandsaw. That would be kind of a neat looking pizza. What do you think? Anyway, I couldn't dance to the samba in Rio either. I had too much vodka in my system, Dr. Fox. Oh yeah, okay. And going south, you said everyone's got a book in him or her type of thing earlier. And you know what? I do too, and I do have a title for it, and I call it Children of the War. Unfortunately, I keep dropping the ball. It's about World War II, or just at the end of World War II, and how my parents grew up. Some of the tragedies and bad things they mentioned, but it's hard to write a book. That's something I learned. Anyway, tourists in orange jackets are trying to match the lava. Alba Girl, that's the best way to do it. Sounds familiar, Dr. Fox. Yep, there you go. Car going 60 miles per hour. Okay. Okay. Anyway, let's carry on with what we got going on. Anyway, welcome to all of you for those good people that popped in during the break and stuff like that. We were going through some of our stuff. We did our earthquakes in Iceland. We wanted to take a look and see what it looks like there right now. And really not that great, but let's leave our canned lava be. We'll go over to the real live shot of what Rebbe is looking like, and it is, what is it, 20:46 there in the evening, or 8:46 if you will, p.m. And that is our wonderful Rebbe doing its thing. You can see a K-Lear in the background, and of course very hazy, foggy looking situation. You can just barely see some lights in the back here from Reykjavik. And there we go. I was going to say Grindavik, but that's not true. This other one here, I don't know if they've got that one working. That was supposed to be the close-up. I don't think they did. They left it zoomed out, so we'll leave that one be. Going to the next one, and I'm going to have to hit the live button on this. Get commercials. Uh-oh. What about this one? Are we going to get commercials too? That is Reykjavik, but that's more like it. And that is what it looks like right now in the wonderful capital city of Reykjavik. And not bad, but you know, it looks like a rainy day again. Still pretty normal for there. Okay, waiting for this commercial to be over. Give it a second or two, and there we go. Very poor visibility. This is up on Thorbjorn, just south of the Blue Lagoon and the power plant. We don't see a heck of a lot, but earlier it was a little bit better. we could see that everything was looking a little bit more blue up top there, but still the clouds in fairly low. There's the top of a Ragnar right over there, and they did move the camera a little bit to the, I guess it'd be the east side a little bit more. You can actually see the shoreline in there. And then, of course, off to the east here is where Grindvik is. So let's leave that one be. We'll put that back to live. It looks like it is raining pretty good there. And moving to the next one, we did that one already. Let's leave that be. And let's see, this one doesn't want to go live either. Oh yeah, it does. There is Katla over there, kind of hiding underneath the clouds. You can see a little bit of that snowpack or ice pack. Unfortunately, not that much visible there right now in the clouds. And when we go back, we just don't seem to have any luck being able to see much over there at all today. So if we go way back, well, you can kind of see the outline. Not much. Okay, not a great visibility day there in Iceland, and that blue sky wasn't in the wrong place. Anyway, let's put that one back on live, and that is Katla, of course. And let's take a look at this one here. Gonna have to pop that one on live as well. And that is supposed to be Askja out here somewhere. Not sure the lay of the land, but that's what we got. Earlier they did have a little bit more of that sunshine right for here, but obviously you can see there's a lot of cloud and a low-level fog and stuff over the other area there, so making visibility virtually nil. Earlier it was better. There we go, you can see off into the distance, and that is pretty cool. Yeah, I'll leave that be. That didn't look too bad this morning there. Would have been nice. Alright, let's put that back on live. That is what it is looking like right now. And we'll continue on here. Next one, I'm going to have to redo that as well. And that is from the other side, or well, slightly different angle, looking at Katla. And this one too, really not the greatest of views during the day. If we go back all the way here though, we might see a little bit more. No, we might not. That cloud did move in fairly heavy, and that's kind of what we got. So can't do much with that. Let's leave that alone. And that was the other side of Katla. We'll make that one smaller. I'm actually going to put those two together, that way we can show it a little bit better. And this one here, we're going to have to hit on the live as well and make it bigger, and that's what it looks like right now. Unfortunately, from that panoramic camera, you can just see the tip of what is it, little Kalir over here, and that's Kalir, Rebbe vent, and of course the side of Litihuter right there. So if we back that up a little bit, we do see a little bit better visibility, but still not the greatest. Low level clouds today, making a mess. And if we go all the way back, that's what it looked like this morning at 9:01 a.m. So awesome, and but looking like it's, Iceland. Anyway, let's leave that one be. We'll go to our next place of fun and joy, and that will be over to Mexico. Let me see if I can find that real quick. It's buffering too. Why is it buffering? Why is everything buffering for me? Anyway, that is pretty close to being what we see right now. If we go back about 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours, I guess. 11:27 a.m. we did see it pluming fairly well, and of course we go further back in time. just right to where the clouds came in, but that was a lonely cloud. There we go, more of that puffing at 7:48 a.m. And then when we get into almost the golden times here, I don't know if we can hit that dead on or not. That is at 5:45 a.m. You can still see some stars out. And just prior to that, it was into the dark. So that was pretty awesome. Let's see, did we see anything spectacular during the course of the night? And I never even checked, so just I wanted to peek back here a little bit. And it really didn't look like there was any eruptive activity, but certainly lit up well from the sky, of course, as well as from the lava below. That is moonlight reflecting on that gassy material coming out of there. So that is what we had going on there, as well as lava lighting up at the bottom. So double whammy for us, a little extra plume or light on the plume. Anyway, that's back to live right now. Unfortunately, not the best visibility. We'll make that one smaller, go to the next one, and I'm hoping this one has some visibility as well. This, of course, is a Fuego, and Fuego is in Guatemala. Popocatépetl, of course, was in Mexico. So we're working our way southward here. And first visibility about 7:15. It was visible this morning. You do see a little bit of a gassy plume sitting there, but not doing a heck of a lot. If we go back a little bit, we do see that it was indeed erupting 6:36 this morning. And then almost as soon as it came out of the clouds, it goes back into them. And that was at, what is it, 6:05 this morning. So not good visibility, but it was clear portions of the night as well at 3:13 a.m. Unfortunately, I didn't see anything happening back at that point in time. So not really even a glow there, unfortunately. Let's put that one back on live. Looks like the clouds may be parting a little bit. We'll see what happens, and could clear up in a little while. We'll make that one smaller. Go to the next shot we've got. This one is from today at 6:39 this morning. That is Masaya Volcano in Nicaragua. You can see the arc of the lava there in that caldera, which is in the larger caldera. Don't ever fall in there. Let's refresh that and see a little bit clearer, but not by much. You can still see the lava down below, so pretty cool. Next one is Recon del la Vieja, and yay, the clouds lifted. That is awesome. We can see the edges of our volcano. That is awesome too. And that is a nice shot. You're in the jungle of Costa Rica there. So pretty cool. And let's continue on with the next one. John Raper's here. Welcome, John. Oh, we should make that go down a little bit. There, that's better. You can see it now all the way. All right, let's go here, and this one, of course, a little further south. This is down in Chile, Lascar. This is from this morning. You can see some off-gassing from Lascar, definitely noticeable today, and that is nice. And that is from just after an 8:30ish to about 9:30 of this morning that we were seeing that. The next one, of course, I don't really need to describe it, and we can't see anything. That's Laguna del Mole, and completely hiding behind clouds. And then our next one here is Villarrica, a little further south, and it too is trying to stay cloaked behind the clouds, but it did pop out there long enough for us to see it is off-gassing and doing its little thing. Unfortunately, not by much. So there we go. We'll leave those guys be. Just about a break time again, so that is all cool. Maybe we can take in one more volcano, and we'll have a look at Merapi real quick and see if that will make us happy. I just gotta find where the heck Merapi is. I don't see it in my lineup. There it is. I found it. Yay, there's Merapi. Let's make me happy. And we're going back time-wise. Unfortunately, they're stuck with their stream on that camera view. I don't know why. Maybe the other camera was down. Let's see. I did see some bacon in here. Yeah, not a very good visibility at all. So yeah, I don't know if Merapi is. Well, they got weather there, so it's hard to deal with it. This is yesterday's 2136. We see a little bit sliding down there, but you see in the other cameras everything is cloudy and not good for volcano watching. And then we get back into the previous day at 17:28, and again still cloudy. So let's leave that one be. Merapi did not make us happy today. Let's see if our wonderful Ruapehu will. Oh, look, we got Alpine Meadow 1, Path 1 showing. And no, the ski lift is not working. That is pretty cool. If we back that up just a little bit, or they're going to move it anyway, I think they'll zoom out, and there it is, Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. A nice shot. Unfortunately, nobody skiing. I guess too early in the morning there or something. I have no idea. Anyway, that is, no, it's 9 a.m. there. Pretty cool. Okay, let's leave it be, and it is a nice shot, all covered in snow and cold, making me shiver. And the next one, of course, is our wonderful shot out there from Taupo. There you can see the lake is the caldera for the Taupo volcano. Unfortunately, we got some cloud in the way. You can't see Mount Ruapehu, but it is right back there. I know it hasn't moved, and that is what we got going on there. Again, somebody stole our flags, so we can't really tell how windy it is. But no flea market there today, no artesian flea markets or anything. Anyway, this wonderful shot, courtesy of Suncourt Hotel and Conference Center there in Taupo. Apparently a nice place to stay if you want to do that. On that friendly note, time to put it back on the canned lava, let that run. And I am going to go take a break. So for the good people who are here, if you have not yet bopped that like button, give it a quick bop, help us out. And also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel and you're lurking from the outside, peeking in, hey, yeah, give it a quick bop if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Going to go for a break for 5, 6, or 7 minutes. After the break, we'll come back and we'll have bacon seeds. Yay! Everybody loves bacon seeds. All right, John Raper says, bite on my way in, Dr. Fox. Thank you, John, for biping. I appreciate that. Here's some music. Keep smiling, everyone. Hey, that's another one of those new ones. I'll be back. go. We got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Thank you for the welcome backs from Tanto and John, and welcome Grandma B. And thanks Alba Girl and Sue, and Sasha is also here, as well as Henry. Thank you. And I hear a talking fox. Okay, wonky donkey. Trev, that has 2 keys, even though he didn't know it. Anyway, he's got 2 keys. Okay, thanks King Colin and Hermie and Fluffy. All good. I did say we were going to go take a look at some bacon seeds, didn't I? Something like that. Let's pause that canned lava for a minute, and we'll go take a look at our bacon seeds for today. What color is the Porsche? Who's a Porsche? Somebody's got a Porsche. Someone parked a 1973 Porsche on my land behind the shed. Behind the she shed. Okay. I will stay in the kitchen and ignore. I would phone the police and ask them, hey, can I have it? Oh, wait, you can't go driving that. And don't, you ignore that 924. All right, let's go over there. I call it UK purple. Let's not get into that. Let's see. Okay, that was yesterday's last bacon seed, and of course our wonderful Piggy sent us some more, and there she is sending and doing her thing, and of course she sent 10 more for today. Let's have a look. And here's the first one, and this one is strutting his stuff up on a chair or stool or something, being a smiley. Saying, take a picture of me, I'm cute. Candy apple red. This one here, no, I don't think that's candy apple red, but that's a little wee bacon seed, a teacup size, and a very cute little guy. All right, next one. Well, let's see that. There we go. Not my cup of bacon. Wish it was. Okay. This one looks like he's smiling for the camera too, saying, hey, is there any food around here? Anyway, let's, yep, just little ones. Wrong head on that body. Yeah. On the other one, definitely. What about this one? I think that one looks just about right. He looks like, says, I heard that you were munching on something. I want some. Can I have it? Anyway, that looks pretty cute. I like an inquisitive look. Looks like the enforcer. Yeah, I want it now. This one, not quite such an enforcer, but has a kind of a smirky look on his face. I'm not sure what he's planning. Anyway, looks like he's wrapped in a nice blanket, and that is pretty awesome. Let's have a look at our next one. Speaking of bacon, I'm having eggs and fish. After this, eggs and fish. Don't let one fish hear that. Anyway, there we go, is our next one. I think we might even need a hogwash for this guy. He's got a little bit too much schmutz on his bumper there. So I'm comfy going away. Oh boy. Hope that's not that bad there, King Colin. Anyway. There we go. Here's our next one. If you don't like it, meh. And there we go. Coal digger, yeah, I think it was. And this one, another hogwash required. This one obviously had some munchies and forgot to use his napkin to wipe afterwards. Yep, what's going on? Hmm, John Raper, what's that don't sound very nice. What's going on here? Anyway, all right. Yep, I definitely need some cleanup. Bib or something. Yep. Let's look at our last bacon seed for today and see what Piggy sent us. And that is this guy. And he's got an awful long snout bopper there. But he's, yeah, I think he's planning an escape over the fence. Maybe. But that's our last bacon seed for today. No, it isn't. Second last. My bad. I got one more here. There we go. That's our last bacon seed for today. And that gets the acuteness check mark. And there we go. That's it now. I forgot to scroll up. There was one more. And that is really nice looking. I like that. Yep, little one. And let's leave it there. And we'll carry on and go to our next port of call. And I do believe that would be Semeru or someplace like that. We'll see if they are on and get things set here. It will play after the advertisement that is there. Okay, just checking Mayon while I'm doing that. I don't see it. And we'll double check here. Commercials are just about over. I hate when they play the whole commercial, that you can't skip them. It's unfortunate, but oh well. Have to do what we gotta do. Let's take a look and see. We may not be able to see a heck of a lot there anyway. And there we go. And that is our wonderful Semeru there right now. Semeru, East Java in Indonesia. We can see a glow coming from the top of the volcano. A lot of other cloud in the area, so difficult to tell what it's really doing. And if we go back here, I thought, oh yeah, we're seeing some smoke coming out of the volcano, but it's actually this cloud. If you go back to the right spot, it's actually sitting there, making it look like it's coming out of the volcano, just like that. So kind of cool, but we know that's just a cloud from higher up, and we'll leave that be. And let's see, what else we got in here. I'm just going back, looking back in time here before it disappeared into nothingness. Still seeing the glow at 112, and then after that it was back into the clouds for a good duration, or pretty much the entire night. And this is going back to 17, 18 the day before. So really not a very good visibility there. Definitely not making us happy, and not a lot of lava flow. Let's leave that be. We'll go to our next one, and that will be over in Japan. Or no, hang on, let's do Hawaii first. I'm going to see if I can get that one on there. We'll have a quick peek at Hawaii. There it is. And looking at the Helemaumau crater in Kilauea. And everything is very quiet there. No steam, no smoke, or very little. And you can see a little bit of smoke right there and here. That's it. You know, for something that's about to erupt, it sure is quiet. Anyway, the southwest wall vent there is still very visible. and that lower portion right in here, as well as the old west lava pond and the west vent, which would have been actually about here, is actually shifted over a bit as central event. Nothing new, nothing smoking, and no big smoking guns. Looking at the other photos real quick, nothing special on those. You can see a few smoke spots, and that's about it. Nothing major happening on the walls in the background either. As well as looking at the entire crater from the other end, we again don't see a heck of a lot. We do see Mauna Loa up in the background here, so pretty awesome. And that is it. And I don't know what else we got on there. Let's have a look at the thermal real quick. I don't think there's anything major going on that thermal. And no, there really isn't, so I'm not going to worry about it. You can see the old lava pond, the west vent area. Still seeing a little bit of a glow down on the bottom here. Obviously hotter material still sitting underneath it, so that is somewhat interesting, but not seeing any eruptive activity. You know, that's what we'd like to see. Anyway, that is it, and yeah, that's about 4 hours ago. So for us, 4 hours and 10 minutes ago, roughly. Let's put it back on here for a second, and yep, and there it is, the business area, and not doing a heck of a lot right now. All right, let's pop over to Japan, if I can find them. I know it's here somewhere. Over to Japan we go, and yes, the ice cream boats are both in. If you want ice cream, you can get down there real quick. It's 6:21. They open at 6, so you're all good to go. Anyway, in the background, you see Sakurajima doing its thing. Some puffs off into the sky. Not a heck of a lot going on there. Let's see what it looks like from this view, and it's exactly that, puffing into the sky. If we go back into the wee hours here, we do see glow coming from the cloud stuff. So we've got some moonlight lighting it up, but we also have a lot of glow from the lava that's in that caldera. If we go back a little bit further, and we still see a little bit of a tinge there, but not that much. There it is again, and of course the moonlight helping us out with glowing up top, so making it a little easier to see it during the day. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there during the entirety of the night. And matter of fact, it was really quiet for a little while, or at least not so visible there. Anyway, going to put that one back on live. I didn't see any eruptions coming from it, so that's okay. We'll have a look at the close-up shot of the caldera, or a crater rim as they call it. And we do see the vent down here still active. A little bit of a plume of gases there, and then the other two up in the top area doing their thing, working together. So pretty cool. And let's leave that be, and we'll make that one smaller. Go to the next shot, and here is a lovely sunrise, and that is, and they took that plastic thing off. Thank you. Anyway, that is the sunrise happening at ASO. We can see the pluming, off-gassing right there, and that is pretty awesome. If we go back a little bit, it was a kind of a neat sunrise, and just get it right at that crest, just as the sun is coming up. That looked pretty awesome. I like that. A pretty picture, and you can even see the steam rising out of the vent, which is pretty cool, and that is right there. All right, let's leave that be. We'll put it back on live. The sun is a little bit higher and a little bit more steam coming out. Hey, a smoke ring or a steam ring, if you will, right there. That is pretty cool. Almost looks like it's trying to make a double one. Awesome. Sharon Stewart is here. Welcome, Sharon. Good to see you. And let's make that one smaller. We'll go to the next shot, and of course that is supposed to be not ASO, Asama. Asama is not visible for some reason. There's some funny stuff in the way. I think it's referred to as clouds, and they're going all the way back to 9:27 last night before we could actually even see it. Prior to that, we do see it off-gassing a little bit here. We know it is putting out a fair amount of gas, but don't get it confused with this, which is, I think, either a fire putting smoke through there, or we've got some other clouds being generated. Definitely not from the volcano, and neither is that, so that's just drifting across there. Let's leave it back to alive. We'll make that one smaller, and we will put it back to there. So, one of the ice cream boats has left. The other one is still docked, so you still have a chance to get your wonderful ice cream. Good night, Adele, and take care. Who's running at 110 decibels? Not me. Holy Batman. I am what's my password? It's it's Irish 843 or Irish space 843. Either way, one chance. All right, Irish monk, and we'll definitely keep that in mind. Pistachio. Oh, thank you, Sue. That is very kind of you. I like that. I needed that. A pistachio one. Yum. Yum. Okay. I definitely want that. Passwords. I don't like spaces. Oh, monk. Uh-oh. What's wrong with a space? It's a perfect and valid character or letter or space. It's a thing. It's a perfectly valid thing, Henry. How can it not be? A space. It's like the zero. Zero is, and that has no value, right? But they still allow zero, so why not allow a space? I don't know. Maybe I'm not making sense here. Space X. Yeah. Oh, I had some pistachio ice cream today. Oh, Hermione, and you didn't even share it with us. Oh, Blue Moon ice cream for me. Okay, definitely between Apple and the other systems. Defined definitely between, okay. Boy, it's one of them things. Oh, anyway. Let's see, where else can we go? Have we gone over to Yellowstone National Park? Let's see what Yellowstone is doing. It seems, oh, that's not Yellowstone. This is. There we go. We're at Yellowstone National Park. And now this lovely thing is, of course, they're looking at some of the geysers. For those good people who have not loaded up that website, they do have this embedded video as well as multiple maps and other still frame camera shots that are updated daily, multiple times a day. And they do have over 500 active geysers there in Yellowstone National Park, worthy of having a look at. So this live view is made possible by Canon USA through a generous grant to Yellowstone Forever. Oh, wow, a Canon. Thank you for giving them a new camera. Awesome stuff. So that is a yeah, Sasquatch vision. It is. We can watch them all. Too bad we don't have control over that camera. That would be a lot neater, I think. Sasquatch Jamboree. Yep, they be picking and grinning with their banjos there pretty soon at their jamboree. Anyway, it is just about break time, so Canon still exists. Yes, apparently a Canon does. And they actually, yeah, my cameras are Canon. They better exist. And no, wasn't it Nikon that didn't exist anymore? So somebody else is making theirs now. I can't remember. Anyway, let's put you back on that wonderful can lava. It is time for me to take a break. After the break, we'll go run through our wonderful volcano report and carry on from there. So keep smiling and all that nice stuff. We'll pop it on over there. And I'll be back. I'm going to... Sorry, I had to sneeze. I kept it quiet though. Had to sneeze. I was trying not to sneeze before I had to go to the break, but it didn't work. So, all right. Night, Hermione. Hermione is going to bed. Good night, Hermione. You better get some sleep. Hobby is asleep, and Fluffy is going to sleep as well. Awesome. Good night, Hermione, and rest well. All right, for those good people who are here, if you haven't yet, hit that like button, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet, subscribe to the channel, consider subscribing. Kevin Haynes renewed his membership, and thanks for all the info. You are welcome, Kevin, and thank you for being here and being on board. And let's see if we expedite this a little bit there. I don't like the drawings. There we go. All right, we'll let that go. Here's some music. Maybe some more of the new ones will come on. I did get 5 new songs last night, so let's see. That's not one of them. All right, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone, or welcome. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back, and thanks, Tanto, as well as John. And I hear you now, DrFox2000 from Sharon Stewart. And thanks, Alma Girl and Kevin Haynes. I was not, There was not an issue, but at least 90% of meat got recorded. Oh, cool. And Michael Olson throws in a $10 super chat. Thank you very kindly, Michael, and welcome back. Have some more Pepsi on me. Awesome, Michael. Appreciate that. Gonna write that down. Michael Olson. There we go. And thank you very kindly for that $10 Pepsi super chat. Awesome. And thanks, Sasha and Mars and everyone else. And that's all good. Okay, so yeah, let's leave our canned lava be here for a minute or two. And actually, we'll leave that on. We'll kind of leave it there. Okay. Volcano report. I had one of those here somewhere. Let's get at that real quick. For yesterday, we had, it says, a late Saturday's volcanic activity, 5 volcanoes. First one on the list, Fuego in Guatemala. Volcanic ash emissions observed recently to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 2,000. Villarrica in Chile, volcanic ash emissions reported at 2215. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, Vona report received to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 2215. Kevin Haynes gifted the membership there, and Steve V got it. Thank you very kindly, Kevin Haynes. And just writing that down, gifted one, and congratulations, Steve V. Awesome, helps keep those numbers up. Thank you very kindly. And let's see, Nevado del Ruiz we got, Sangay in Ecuador. New volcanic ash emissions observed to 22,000 feet, 6,700 meters, reported at 2315. And Grandma B also threw out a gift, a membership, and there, Grandma B. Thank you very kindly, Grandma B. And JB was the lucky recipient of that one. That is awesome. Very cool. Thank you, Grandma B. And the last one from yesterday was Mayon, Luzon Island in the Philippines. Eruption, volcanic ash, a cloud, unknown height, reported at 2346 last night. And for today, we've got 9 volcanoes on our list. So let's have a look at those. First one is Sabancaya in Peru. Continuous ash emissions reported from 45 minutes after midnight, as well as 6:45 in the morning. So it's been steady and busy. Reventador in Ecuador, new volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet, 4,300 meters, reported at 3 a.m. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 14:30. Ibico, Parameshir Island, Kuril Islands in Russia, eruption to 12,000 feet, 3,700 meters, reported at 3:15 a.m. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, significant volcanic ash emissions to 30,000 feet, 9,100 meters, reported at 3:30 this morning. And then occasional volcanic ash emissions to 28,000 feet, or 8,500 meters, reported at 15:30. Luotolak, Lesser Sunda Islands, Indonesia, discrete volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 4:45. Villarrica, central Chile, continuous ash emissions reported at 5 a.m. And then we got a separate email report. We'll have to look at that shortly from 5:20. And then volcanic ash not detected, reported at 15:45. Mayon, Luzon Island, Philippine, eruption of volcanic ash cloud unknown height, reported at 8 a.m. Sangay in Ecuador, frequent volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 11 a.m. And Nevado del Ruz in Colombia, wrapping it up for the stuff for today. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 13:15. And we will see if we can bring up that one separate email in a second here. Let me see if I can put that on the right spot. Let's see, where are we? Villarrica. Let's see if we can get that on the screen for you guys. And yep, and that is kind of what we've seen. Let's get over there and have a quick peek. Where would that be? That'd be in here somewhere. So, Villarrica volcano, central Chile, new ash emissions yesterday, and that is kind of what we observed. So, what's it saying here? The active lava pond in the summit crater continues. That is an image that isn't there. Okay. Anyway, the Argentinian Mining Geological Service reported that new ash emissions occurred from the summit event yesterday at 5:43 p.m. The monitoring instruments in the volcano's vicinity registered a long period, a low-frequency earthquake. The quake has been presumably associated with elevated fluid movement, gas, water, and possibly a magma under the edifice. The elevated activity results in a short-lived pulse from a minor amount of ash emissions from the crater. Okay, the small ash plume rose about 180 meters above the vent and dissipated to the southeast. And let's see what we got here. What will they tell us in this one? Not much. I don't know when that was from. That was just from earlier. Doesn't say anything about that being in time for the eruption. Maybe we do see some darker material coming up there, and that could possibly be what they were referring to. And yep, there it goes. So it did indeed have a little bit of an eruption. Is Kevin going? Good night, Kevin. If supper time, good night all. Kevin Haynes, good night. Take care, and thank you. Appreciate you gifting that membership. All awesome. Anyway, that's what we were seeing there, supposedly earlier in, I guess, well, that would have been yesterday for us, or yeah, and that's it. Looks pretty cool. Let's leave that be, and we'll put that back to where it needs to be, right there. And let's see, so we did all our wonderful volcanoes. We did, well, we need to go do earthquakes now, I think. Earthquakes, let's see what's shaking around the planet. Hang on, where's this big red one here? New one, 5.5. Federated State of Micronesia has an earthquake of 5.5. We'll get to that. Looking at the Kamchatka Peninsula, they did have a one in here, 4.4, and that is from 28 minutes after midnight, 35 kilometers down. Not seeing too much here in the Aleutian Islands. We do have a 3.6. near Fox Island at 8 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Had to bring that one up, you know. Anyway, looking at the rest, looks pretty quiet. I don't see too much, even down here off the coast of Oregon, only a 3, and that was from a 416 this morning, 10 kilometers down, sliding down a little bit more, not seeing a heck of a lot. In Central America is pretty quiet. We do have a little bit of activity over here, and there's a 4.3 in the Virgin Islands. 149 this morning, and then they had a bunch of small aftershocks as well, all in the 3 range, so that's what we're seeing there, 3.5 roughly on those. We'll leave them be, not going to worry about that. And over here, Argentina, 4.4, and that's from a 632, 198.5 kilometers down. Sliding down a little bit more, we do see one small quake, South Sandwich Island region, and that is from 21 minutes after midnight, 26.7 kilometers down for him. And let's go and take a look and see nothing in the Central Pacific region. We'll zoom in here, nothing new there for New Zealand. And one out here, that's a Fiji area, 4.4, 10:14 is the time on it. 529.7 kilometers down, not 52 kilometers. Well, boy, was I bad. 5.1 there in Papua New Guinea area, 4:28 a.m., 56.5 kilometers down. The new one here in a state of Yap Federation, Federated States of Micronesia, has got a 5.5. They're all yapping about it. It's from 1529, 10 kilometers down. And next one over here, close to Luotalak, or fairly close, 4.6 from 1016, 73.6 kilometers down. And I'm getting closer to Barren Island volcano with this quake, 4.7, and they're saying it's almost 300 kilometers southeast of Port Blair, India, which is way up there somewhere. Anyway, there should be some settlements closer by. Anyway, leave it alone. All right, moving on. This guy here. 4.7, and that is from 1215, 112 kilometers down for that one in the southern end of the Philippines. Nothing else new here in Japan at all. We already got the one on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Moving over, we do see one in Pakistan, Afghanistan. It's everybody's region. Anyway, 4.1 up there. Must be close to the tri-borders from 1634 and 250.4 kilometers down. Nothing down here in the southern portions of the Indian Ocean. Nothing in Africa. And we don't see anything till we get up here. Closer to the Black Sea. This one is a 5.0, Azerbaijan, and that's from 1035 and 74.9 kilometers down. So close to the Caspian, but not in. And there we go. That's it for that region. We do have this guy. Remember what I was saying about they showed that quake. That quake is a little bit further over, but they showed it here as a 4.2. We know on the other map it was a 3.8. So a big discrepancy as far as the value. But hey, it is what it is. And we do see another one out here though. Norwegian Sea area, 4.4 from 1144, 10 kilometers down for him. And that closest settlement would be Jan Mayen right over here. Svalbard a little bit further away over there. I don't know what this island is. Anybody know what this island is? All right, somebody tell me. Tell me, what is it? Well, let's see if we can find it on another map. Oh, hang on, can I do that on this map too? Street view, does it have names? No, I don't know what it is called. All right, that island, anyone know? Oh, Shark Tooth. Shark Tooth Island. Yep, that's it, Shark Tooth Island. I'll look it up. Mystery Island. Yeah, it's got a bunch of lakes and stuff. You should be okay for water. I don't know if you want to live there. I don't see any settlements anywhere. I don't think there's any airports or hotels or anything like that either. A Swiss cheese island. Ah, the Swiss cheese island. I took a stab at getting a Rio Metro card. I was unsuccessful. Their language barrier didn't help, but I think vodka was the main factor. Oh boy, vodka is always a poor translator. Anyway, and that is what we got. I should look on some other map that doesn't have it on that one. I wonder on Google Earth they'd have that island on there. And it probably belongs to us. Some of it's called Bear Island. Okay, Bear Island. I wonder, are there bears there? Yikes. And the only inhabitants are bears. All right, stay off of it. You will become bear lunch. Okay, and Bear Island. Well, I hope Bear Island is okay. All right, let's. What was that? No, I thought there was a red dot there. Let's go over to Hawaii, and what we're going to do is we'll take the break first. We will come back after the break, and we'll take a look and see what's shaking in Hawaii. And there are a few more quakes there, but we're still not seeing any kind of an eruption. It's got to give soon. Anyway, time for that break. Let's put you back on the wonderful canned lava right there. Enjoy that while I go take a little bit of a break, and keep smiling, and let's see if we can get some more music playing. And here we go. I'll be back, and hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Thanks. we go. That microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. And of course, on the screen right now, we've got our wonderful Rebbe event that is north of Littihutter, south of Kaleer, and in a Fragadalfjeld area on the Reykjans Peninsula. That is what we've got on the screen. That's from the 23rd of July. Unfortunately, it's not erupting right now. Thank you for the welcome backs from Michael Olson, as well as Mars 2028, and Sue, and King Colin, and as well as John Raper, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. Okay, that's close to what she sounds like, right? Oh, with my luck, she's like one of those that has got a really high-pitched voice, and there's no way in the world I can do that. Close. Oh, very close. Okay. That is awesome. Anyway, let's get back over to... we'll turn that lava off, and we'll get back over to the earthquakes we were looking at. We're going to have a look at Hawaiian earthquakes. And let's take a peek at that. Hey, look, we got 2 red dots while we were away. All right, let's have a look at that Pahala region first. That is this area. There's Pahala itself. And these are all between 26 and about 37 kilometers down. Let's start with the ones over here in the southwest. 1.9 from 2028 yesterday. This one is a 2.2 from 5:56 today. So yeah, 1.9, 2.2, and then over here in the water, 2.5 from 9:07 today. And this one is 2.0 from 7:01 this morning. And of course, take 4 hours off to get Hawaiian time, apparently, and not 3, but 4 for summertime. Oh, my bad. This one, 2.1, 18:21 is the time on that one. This one being a newer one, 2.0 from 15:59 their time. And this one is from 1.7 from 22:22, and this one is a 2.1 from 16:05, and that is what we've got going on there in the Pahala region. Let's move over and see what we've got going on at Kilauea. Now we know there's no other quakes elsewhere, so let's just grab this one first, and he's kind of a straggler. 2.1 from 8:19 this morning, 700 meters below sea level. Let's zoom in a little bit closer to the ones towards Kilauea, and we'll start with this one on the end. 2.6 from yesterday at 23:44, 2.7 kilometers below sea level. 2.0 from 22:54, 1.5 kilometers down. This one is a 1.8 from 7:01 this morning, 1.4 kilometers down. 2.0 from yesterday at 20:48, and that's 2.2 clicks down. 1.8 kilometers down from 9:08 this morning for that guy. 1.9 kilometers down. Yeah, there we go. At 9:08. Enough numbers in there to mess you up. 2.0 from 1:08 this morning, 1.9 kilometers down. 1.8 from 8:57, 1.6 clicks down. Moving into the last little batch here. 1.7, and that's from 8:19. 1.6 kilometers down. Next one, 1.7 from 19:48, and 1.1 clicks down. And then this guy here, 1.7 from 19 minutes after 8, and that is 200 meters above sea level. That's interesting. This is a 1.9 from yesterday, 2254, and that was 900 meters below sea level. And this is the last one we've got on the list for today, and that's from 42 minutes after midnight, 1.5 kilometers below sea level for that 1.9. So, other than one being shallow over here, I don't see the rest seem to be all around almost at, well, 1.5 to 2 kilometers down. Still a long way to go. That's below sea level though. And you got to remember you got another kilometer plus on top of the sea level mark. So still about 3 kilometers to go for some of that stuff. Don't know if it's going to do anything in the future, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's leave it there, and that is what's going on in Hawaii. So a little bit of shaking, but no bacon yet. And we'll keep our fingers crossed for seeing that in the near future. Why am I having a difficult time trying to find my SO2 map? And there it is. I found it. It's here. Now let's get it on the screen, and there we go. And it is a renewed SO2 map. I will refresh it one more time just to make sure, because it likes to change it on me sometimes. Anyway, it's raining today according to that for here, and yeah, we did have some raindrops earlier, but nothing crazy. Kamchatka Peninsula, first place we're looking, and that is in Russia, eastern portions of Russia. And of course, we've got Shivalish and Bezimiany and Klyashevskoy and Kurinsky, as well as down here, Ibiko, and they're all kind of off-gassing. It's all getting bunched up here and ending up making a kind of a fish eye with a mouth right there in the Bering Sea. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we'll go over Alaska. Not bad at all. Northwest Territories looking a little bit lighter, but we do still see pluming and smoke from the fires there on the southern end, and there's also fires in bottom end of the Yukon. Northern Alberta, British Columbia, and Saskatchewan all have some fires and some smoke in them, so that's what we're seeing there. Sliding over, we do know that has gotten into Manitoba as well, and smoke pouring into Ontario. And it looks like they had kind of a hazy day down on the Panhandle. Quebec is getting some of that smoky stuff as well. Looks like it's starting to clear up once we get out to Labrador and Newfoundland area. Still see quite a bit here though in Nova Scotia, and of course the eastern states like Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, you know, the usual western New York, Virginia, North and South Carolina, fairly heavy levels. The western portions of the United States looking pretty darn clean. And Mexico, down here we do see down in the Baja, not the Baja, the darn it, the Texan coastline. Oh, what the heck was it called? Anyway, it's over here. Along the edges as well as into the Gulf of Mexico. And Popocatépetl and Mexico City, of course, are working together to create that plume. The winds, of course, are taking it back out and pushing it back onto the Baja for right now. Circulation seems to be centered right around there. The other ones down here in Central America, we see from Guatemala and Nicaragua, as well as Venezuela, not Venezuela, Costa Rica, there we go. and they're all getting into the Pacific. It looks like most of everything from Navido del Ruz is as well, leaving Panama to be a little bit better today. And looking pretty normal though down as we go, keep going downward here down the coastline. Sabancaya, of course, creating that plume, and then our guys here in Chile doing their thing. It's really not that unusual to see that, so all good. And Rio and Sao Paulo, lots of people pollution in that area. Sliding down here, we do see a tail coming off of a micro-volcano down in the South Sandwich Islands, and that'll be this guy right there. So that's where that is coming from. And the sliding over, we're seeing a lot less in the Pacific, which is probably a good thing. White Isle volcano, not sure what's happening with the SO2 from it, but it looks like it's being swirled around and gobbled up by that low pressure system that's in there, and likely raining in there. And of course we've got Melbourne's oil refineries, as well as the coking plants in the north of Sydney, Australia, doing their thing. Tofua here in Tonga doing its thing, still continuing. Yasur doing its thing. Gala Eoba both are working away. Our friends in Papua New Guinea are continuing to do their thing. Luotalak is still there, off-gassing like crazy. Samaru and doesn't look as bad today. Merapi definitely nowhere near as bad as it could be. And I'm betting dollars to donuts today that most of this is from our wonderful Krakatau, since it looks a lot better in Jakarta. So that's what we're seeing there. Dempo may be adding to it, but we're not sure. And then, of course, we've got Currency and Marapi in this area, creating that plume. And then Cinnabung up here doing its thing, keeping the everything from Singapore on north full of SO2, doing a good job at it too. And Ibu Nakono there, and the wonderful areas, they're continuing to do their job. And then of course we got Mayon here, and that is in the Philippines doing its thing. We also have Taal volcano and Manila, so that is producing some of that. They do have a lot of rain in the area right now. That's helping keep the SO2 levels down. Doesn't look that way over here in Taiwan, but they do have a circulation. Hong Kong looks fairly heavy right now, and the Japanese islands out here doing their thing as well. Looking at Suwanosejima, a fairly large, heavy stream there today. And let's see, not that bad really when you look at Sakurajima. It could be worse, but it could be better. Now it actually looks worse from what we see from ASO. So ASO is giving off a lot of gas right now. Not good. And let's take a look at Tokyo, looking pretty clean. They must have had more of that rain. And this plume over here, I'm pretty sure that would have been coming from our wonderful Asama volcano. Asama-san, of course, is being just pulled out that way right now. It's probably better that way. Gets it out of the rest of Japan. Looking at China, pretty normal there. Eastern parts of India, fairly heavy again. Sri Lanka still has a bit there also. Not seeing, well, looks like a little bit here from Reunion Island possibly. South Africa definitely doing its thing, and continuing to off-gas from the gold smelting plants. And then Democratic Republic of the Congo, we've got Nyamuragira and Nyiragongo doing their thing, aka Goma 1 and 2. Unable to tell where RTVE actually is, and because of the amount of pollution from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, and Iran with their oil refineries, but that is what we've got there. And then we get over here looking at the western portions of Turkey. Levels are still fairly high. Hopefully they'll get a little bit more reprieve in the near future here to get rid of some of that SO2. This, of course, is the plume coming from Mount Etna, and then we'll definitely have some additional stuff coming from Stromboli. Unsure if we have anything coming from a volcano at this point. So that's what we've got there, and going up, looking at the Bosnia-Herzegovina area, a little heavier, Kosovo as well, Montenegro, Serbia. I don't know why. They may have fires out there. Who knows? And looks not that bad for other areas like Spain and France. And going up here, Germany looks pretty heavy. Belgium and Holland look like they've got a fair amount of SO2 as well. And same goes for Poland. Looks like Sweden, Norway, and Finland are just kind of getting away from it. Looks like most of it is in the over the waters there, so not bad. England, a little bit of heavier levels, but nothing really crazy. And some residual stuff, kind of strafing of the northern portions of Iceland right now. And it looks like that may end up getting pulled in there and going across it anyway. So that is a kind of our SO2 for today. Northern portions, looking at northern Canada and into Greenland, we still have that sitting there. And then this stuff here, we need some rain up there to wash it out of that area. And it looks like a Bear Island, and one that looks like a shark tooth, is still there. I don't know. Sue, they didn't have a population of bears there. They didn't list that when you looked at it, did you? Like how many bears they got? Because I'm curious. Bear Island. Oh boy. Don't go to Bear Island unless you got a bear suit on. Or a bear defense suit. One of the two. Anyway, let's leave that be, and let's take a look back to our canned lava for right now. And we're just about at a break here, so yeah. Or need a bear rug. A bear rug? Oh boy. But Henry, if it's Bear Island and you put down a bear rug, it's no longer a bear island. Then it becomes a bear rug island. No, it just said it was named after the polar bears as they were on the island. Okay. All right. Stay away from the polar bears. Polar bears are not like grizzlies. It's a conundrum. Conundrum. Yeah, what are we going to do? It's almost a paradox in a way, I think. No. Is it? No. We'll leave it. We'll leave that be. As soon as there's something on the island, it's no longer a bear island. I wonder if it's. Polar bears are dangerous. Keep away. Yep. They know not the difference between humanoid and food. They are equal. If it moves, if it has arms, legs, it's tasty. So polar bears are one of the few animals that actively hunt humans on a regular basis. Yep, that they are. Like I was saying, we are not on top of the food chain unless we are armed. Anyway, on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. When we come back from the break, I'm going to wrap up the stream. So stick around if you want. And of course, we'll continue to leave this run, our canned lava, till about 6 p.m. my time. So that's about another hour and a half after we take the break here. So let's leave it as that. If you have not yet hit that like button, give it a quick bob. It'd be really cool. Also, if you have not subscribed yet, help us grow the channel. Hit that subscribe button. On that friendly note, I will be back after the break. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava. And play nice with the polar bears. They're hungry. the microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching VolcanoX on live stream. Ignore that mouse or hamster or whatever he is. He was pointing at things all over the place. I don't know what he's pointing at. People, maybe. Anyway, thank you for the welcome backs there from Mars 2028 and Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 from Sharon Stewart. Okay, I should have taken a breath before I did that. Anyway, all good. I like the hamster tours. The hamster tour? Yeah, well, it's kind of just follow it. That's not me. Well, it was me, but it wasn't me. Anyway, yeah, there you go. Zoomed in. That was back when we were watching where all those people were getting really close to the lava. And in my opinion, a little too close. But hey, it is what it is. And Wonky Donkey says, welcome back, a hamster handler. Thank you. And anyway, so yeah, back in the good old days when we seen lava coming out of there freshly. I would have liked to see that again. You know, that would be really something awesome. I really do wish that we could see our wonderful Ragnar reignite. That would be really cool, I think. I mean, even Rebby or Siggy, let one of them go again. That would be pretty cool and pretty awesome to see a second eruption from any of the three. So I would be happy, or even a new one, and you know, wherever it wants to pop. And you know, the new layers of lava on top really don't mean nothing. You know, when you get to the force of nature, and if you have a real eruption brewing, it doesn't care if there's already another 20 meters of lava sitting on top of the ground. It's going to pop through it anyway. I thought it was going to reignite, but it was the sun behind Ragnar. Yeah, it always does that. And that darn sun. Optical illusions. And I do wish, though, that they would, you know, get something going there. Those lava workers are starting to get a little tardy again. Always on holidays. These unionized people, you know, that's what happens. Anyway, I don't know what to do with it. I'm going to take a quick peek here at the harmonic tremor chart just to see if anything has really changed. And we'll share that with you in a second here. And no, nothing has changed other than what we're seeing now is a definite downward trend on both our seismicity as well as a tectonic movement. I don't like that. I want to see it go up higher and everything sit together. And that would be really cool. But for right now, that's all we've got. So that is kind of what we're looking at there in Iceland. And hoping that we'll see another one of these soon. Yeah. As far as other places, you know, I'm always one that speculates when I see information from other places and people are saying, well, yeah, it's going to pop, here's why. And, you know, they really don't have the get up and go to back it up. And some of these volcanoes, you know, we all know volcanic activity is at the spur of the moment. It's whatever Mother Nature decides to do. There are certain things that we can watch for, like magma intrusions and things like that in the ground. But when it decides to pop is when it decides to pop. And pardon me, that's something that we just have to hope it does it sooner than later. And you know, how long have we been waiting for Askia to pop? And that's already coming up on 3 years. It still hasn't erupted. Katla hasn't erupted. You know, things like that. And people are pointing at those things, hoping that they will pop, right? And so far, I consider us very lucky to have actually have had 3 eruptions in the Fragile Fjord area in the last 3 years. And that is incredible. Kilauea is probably still our best chance for a new eruption for the next few weeks. Yeah, in the next few weeks. And I would have to agree with you, Mars. I think you know, it's got a pretty good chance. There is still a movement. Not sure what it's doing though. Mind you, again, these things are unpredictable. Thanks for that Texas info. Oh, I missed the Texas info. Are there shakers in Texas? We know there's always little earthquakes in Texas. I don't know why, but it's the people drilling things. Thankfully, fires. Oh, they got fires down there too. Yeah, maybe we can take a look at our fire map here before we call it quits for today. I do have that loaded. I'm going to refresh it and we'll take a look and see what we've got going on here. And we'll set that one for, whoop. I want to set it for about 5 p.m. and we'll go over there and have a quick look at it. So looking at North America in general, you do see the smoke on the bottom left. Here you see parts per million as far as the smoke density, and it gives you a pretty good idea. We've got a fairly large area. Most of Canada is covered, as well as the western states here, Oregon, Northern California, and of course getting most of Washington state there, and then portions of Montana, North and South Dakota, as well as Minnesota. So that is where most of it is, and way out here in Maine, but the rest is all in Canada. Looks like Nova Scotia and PEI sort of have a reprieve right now, same as most of Newfoundland, but not that bad. Anyway, looking at fires in northern Alberta and British Columbia, as well as in the Northwest Territories, not looking so good. And Texas, yeah, we do see some fires down in Texas. Here's one, well, here's some, I don't know, that actually looks like it's, yeah, that's still in Texas, in that Beaumont, Texas area, I think. I'm not sure where that line actually is here, but yeah, that is not good. That's near Houston. Here's one near Huntsville. And they've got, that's a sizable fire. And what have they got over here on the other side? There it is, a Midland, and that looks like a nasty one there too. So hopefully they'll be able to get those under control. Looks like Oklahoma's got some fires as well as Arkansas, and looks like even up here in Mississippi and Louisiana, chunks of it as well. So lots of fires everywhere, but looks like it's pretty dense up that region. Let's see, do they cover South America? No. So yeah, that's not so good for most of us inhabitants here, and even Mexico's got a couple of fires going as well. I don't see anything in the southern portions. Maybe they don't monitor that area, but looks like some on the Gulf coast of Texas. Yeah, down here, this area, we had this one very close to the border crossing, and then Kingsville, and Corpus Christi is in there to the north of that, and then of course down here as well. I'm not sure what's close there. And George West. This one is actually close to Sinton, and this one is close to Kingsville. So not too far away from the launch sites, San Pedro, Padre Island, anyway, Brownsville down here. I think Boca Chica is in here somewhere, right? I don't know exactly. South Padre Island. Where's Boca Chica? I know it's close here. So anyway, that's what we got going on. And this has got 2 fires here. So along the border, they're trying to burn the border down. Anyway, there's one right on the border. This one in Mexico. The other one is in the U.S. So there you go, and that's pretty nasty for those guys. And then of course you've got others burning. Lots of them everywhere, but yeah, hopefully things will simmer down and people won't lose homes. That's always the bad part. You got to throw a lot of resources at putting out fires, unfortunately, and sometimes it's a little bit more than places will want to spend. And I know that, like with the BC government, as they had did that. What was it in 2015, 2016 season? They said, well, they're not going to spend any more on water bombers. To go and put out stuff, and the people just went crazy. I don't know why you would say that to the public and say, no, we're not going to spend any more money dropping water on fires. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, we'll leave it at be. Charles Kendall's, they are saying a Kobe volcano in Iceland is about to erupt again. No, I don't think. Who is, they're saying, well, it's not Kobe, it's the Kobe Fisher and Rebbe volcano. I don't think it's going to erupt again. I really don't. Charles. And what we were doing was just looking at the harmonic tremor charts, seeing what we've got going on there. And it is on a downward trend again. So we're going to see that happening. Hertfordshire is saying that. Oh, of course. Well, we'll see what happens. You know, the one thing that I will always say is volcanoes are unpredictable. Although we haven't seen anything here. Yeah, it's all good, Colin. It's okay. Yeah, but that same site was saying that Ragnar was erupting when the Siggy Fisher popped. Okay, and showing videos saying that. So I have to kind of question that site a little bit. Just a tad. If I didn't see that with my own eyes, I wouldn't be saying it. So, it was a kind of not so good. Yeah. Sleepy Dormouse says, take care of what info source you use, and that is definitely something that we try to be very straightforward here, and no games. If we don't agree with something, well, it's not a matter of agreeing. It's we deal with facts, right? We take the facts and see what we've got. If we can't make heads or tails out of it, we shrug. If we see somebody else saying, well, it's erupting, let's prove it. and science very quickly corrects itself, right? So what we're seeing on the screen is relatively new data, and we're not seeing any imminent eruption here. We would definitely need to see our light blue color way up, as well as our green to continue up and kind of mingle with all three way up high. And our magmatic could actually drop a bit. It's up fairly high, but it could stand to come down and still erupt quite well, as if we had both our green, our seismicity, and our tectonic movement increase a whole bunch. But I don't think that's going to happen. So right now all we're seeing basically is a plate movement. Yeah, and yeah, sleepy. That's a good advice. Also, and there's honesty like here, and there's a clickbait out there. Yeah, and yeah, there is a clickbait out there. Everybody does it, and they try to lure in what they can, and it's I don't know. I'm going to keep my mouth shut on. I'm not here to bash other channels. I have to kind of say, hey, where is the material coming from to support those statements? And typically, we don't see that material, right? And I do my very best to keep everything pretty straightforward. And hey, I make mistakes as well, and am very straightforward. And if I own up to it. Like a good example is having my Hawaii earthquake times off, and I always thought Hawaii was always 3 hours off of our time, but I didn't take the time change into consideration. Hawaii doesn't change, we do, and therefore in the summer it's 4 hours off. Is it my bad? You bet. It's because I never realized that. But hey, I'm proud enough to be able to stand here or sit here and say, hey, I messed up, and now we know better. We all learn something every day. He keeps playing replays from 1 year ago. Yeah, well, of course. In wishful thinking, Charles, blame it on a donkey. Yeah, we can blame it on donkey. Anyway, it is a time for me to wrap things up here, ladies and gentlemen. I will leave this running for about another hour or so. So enjoy the canned lava in the meantime. You're welcome to stay and chat for a while. And I know we have usually have people here right to the end. So all are good. And I want to say a big thank you to all of you for being here today. I'm going to say a thanks to our super chatters and gift givers. Appreciate Irish Monk and Sleepy Dormouse and Michael Olson for their super chats, and Kevin Haynes and Grandma B for their wonderful gift giving. Thank you guys, and I do appreciate it. Also, a big thank you to all of those people in here, whether you're a member or not. You're still a wonderful support. And please, if you haven't hit that like button, give it a bump. Also, on those friendly notes, time for me to wrap it up the rest of the way. Thank you, moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and Sue, and CND Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and Siggy, and Gary, 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, as well as Lucas Snow, Joseph Fields, Texas, Mona Lisa Smiles. Thank you, everyone. I see Reborn just popped in. Hi there. And yep, time to wrap it up. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, people, please. And most of all, most of all, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow night on a Monday evening and normal times. Good night, take care, and oink oink.